Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down at Crypto TA, hosting the Coin King channel once again. Actually, I was going to start over here since I can see that we're already trying to do this breakout over here on Pump.fun. So I did enter in on this. I have two other areas in here that I'm interested in just in case this fails, but this actually just started. So this could be an opportunity for you right here as we jump in. I'm gonna get into Bitcoin, but I really wanted to uh, throw this out there just in case. It did make one attempt right here and it did not go so well. Got a little bit of a rejection right there, but it continues to try here at the 236. So this is pump that's currently trying to break this trend line in here and get above the lows. Uh, Now this doesn't have a squeeze or anything like that on it, but the MACD and the Delta, they still look pretty nice. You do have like a negative posturing on your MACD at the moment, which that can turn up. It can be lagging a little bit here. It can be lagging, but again, if this doesn't work here from this breakout here at this very shallow retracement into this 236, and I will be looking down here at these two levels in here. So that's what I got there for pump. I'm also watching hype again, and I know yesterday I said I wasn't even going to be interested in this anymore, but when it hit, it hit. Okay, so yesterday, the squeeze in here, I did enter this setup prematurely in here. Wasn't looking forward to give a whole lot in here, as I always start small, and then if it does a lot more, then it does a lot more. So I did end up, I traded this thing like 3 to 4 times yesterday. Um, so the squeeze, it played out like I said. When they hit, and the little bit of inverted head and shoulder here. If you drop down to your line chart, yeah, when it hits, it hits. So this played out. Right now, there is a bit of a double top in here, and I did the measure move for the double top, and that would bring price action down here to this low in here. So this would basically be the setup right here if we were to see a fulfillment of this double top formation measure move. And then the other thing that I'm looking at right now is going to be Pendle. So as you know, the Pendle setup that was given a while back now. Let me see if it's showing up on this chart. Yep, there it is. It hit. We were looking for it to get up here to the 1-day momentum line that finally finished playing out from back over here. So that was from what day did it snap in here? On the 4th. So from the 4th up until just recently, yesterday, this finished playing out that entire measured move in here. So this is done. I'm just looking for a continuation on this right now. I did not take this trade, and I was transparent about that. I gave the setup on it. It was my first time actually looking at this chart, and it looked pretty decent. So that just ended up working out. So I'm looking for a continuation trade on this right now, and that's going to be right here. Now, this one is a little bit better in my opinion because it does have a squeeze on the Bollinger, or at least it has low volatility right now on the Bollinger, a lower read than the other two. So take a look at that here. It was a little bit more pronounced in here. So this can still drop in a little bit more. Wait to see some color change and actually see the pressure come in. Have a negative cross right now on your MACD and your Delta. So I do expect that this one right here can pull in a little bit more. And aside from that, we will be looking for a trend line break. But yeah, I'm liking this one right here. So this is going to be number one for me right now. And then pump probably be number two, and then height number three. And I'm still sitting in the Cardano position, which it is starting to come down a little bit right now. I think a lot of the market at the current moment is looking to come down a little bit. So I'm just going to be keeping my eyes on these three in here and hoping that we get the measure move. There is no trend line to be had over here again because it is a double top formation right here on Hyperliquid. So just looking for that to play out. And if it doesn't, probably won't touch it. But again, pump is trying to do a little bit of a breakout over here, holding here at the shallow 236 retracement. Bitcoin is doing okay. I did not text, but I posted last night as soon as we hit the resistance because it was the fulfillment of the CME gap. As soon as we hit that, I put that in the universe, and we have a little bit of a common gap. It's very small. It's only on the 15-minute time frame. You probably won't see it anywhere else, but it's around about $114,000. Is what I mentioned from that post last night. But so far, everything looks good. Just simply looking for a continuation confirmation here for Bitcoin. We did hit the target 1, which we did from the line bias for the head and shoulders. We did the line bias retracement on that, and then that happened to be the measured move right there. So we didn't go too far over that. So if we get the continuation signal from the MACD, then I'll be looking for prices to get up into the golden pocket and even higher. So golden pocket 786 and higher. So it's possible that we could see a full fulfillment of this right here, but I do want to see a confirmation signal, which is going to be the MACD crossing above the zero line, above the delta. So I want to see it trading above the delta. I know that on the, Bitcoin also has like a corrective formation in here as well. I'm not sure about down here. Okay, so it does have a negative cross down here on the MACD and delta, but it's shallow. The color is light, so that means that it can push up, it can pump, at least break this trend line, probably come back to this one right here. It can do that just based on the posture in here from the delta. The MACD not so much right now. And this could start to drop, could get more of a squeeze in here on Bitcoin. In fact, I'm just gonna do that like so, just to try to get a measurement of where it might actually get there. And then of course you have your trend line that you can plot across your RSI as well. So you're already attempting to get across above the blue signal line in here. So yeah, this can actually break to the upside here soon. All right. This is what I was posting on last night. That was when we tapped into the CME. The CME filled the gap, and then that's where we got the rejection, and that's what you're seeing right now. This is just a little common gap in here that I reference in here, and then this is one also over here for Ethereum, which is closer towards yesterday's fiasco in here. So I will be watching that today as well. Ethereum right now looking pretty good. Again, the little rounding bottom in here, that was something that I mentioned initially. It was a break of the trend line, and then when that didn't look too good, it was the rounding bottom situation. We did get above the range in here, so ever so slightly above the range right now, inside of a resistance zone in here. Actually, I'd like to look more towards the top and the bottom line only, but the boxes just make it look a little bit less cluttered. Okay, so 4601 would be the next target, and we've already seen that we got the we had already got the squeeze breakout in here. I'm just going to throw it out there again because I did say at the time when this right here was under development that everything else had got it. And I told anybody who wasn't in Ethereum, even though it was kind of lagging, you still early. You're still early to the party to get in here and take this trade. So that was that. This looks really good in here. This looks really, really good in here for Ethereum. And this looks like we're about to soon see a cross up here. Well, the MACD is already above the zero line, so that's great. The delta is above it as well, of course. Once this crosses above the delta, once it starts trading above the delta, that's even better. And that's where you start getting your more powerful moves. As you can see over here, once you cross above your delta, MACD cross the delta, you start to see this kind of stuff right here. Cross above the delta, you start getting that kind of stuff right there. So this looks really good right now. Looks really, really good. So only looking for that continuation here on Ethereum. Only looking for that. This is the measured move right here from the range that we were stuck in right here. So that's the measured move for that up here. All right. So that's working. I said it as soon as I came in. It's trying. So hopefully this thing right here will do its thing. I traded this yesterday. I traded this yesterday and I tweeted. I put a message out there because I saw the pressure building over here. So I went on my X account and I made a notation of it. Now, I was looking for something down here, but then when I flipped to the 15-minute time frame, I saw this in here. And I just kept it simple because I really, like I said, I may not be able to get the pictures up for you immediately. I did put the picture up with this one right here, and all I did was just reference the fact that you had the pressure building down here. And if you're used to this channel, then you know what I'm talking about. So anybody else who just shows up on my X account that's not used to the channel, they don't always show the love, so I don't always show the love. You know what I'm looking for when I start seeing that green down here, and especially when it's a bullish token. This is what I'm looking for right here. And then it had the trend line in here, so I traded that right there and sold it at my I know I was over 100% in profit, but I think I let it come back a little bit and then I sold it. I didn't care about all of yeah, but it was a nice run. So I'm back in it now. Like I said, I'm back in it now because I could see that we were trying to break out over here. Just gonna see if we can hold this, but I got two more areas in here that I'm looking at. Pendle is trying though. Pendle is definitely trying right now. Let me say this about Pendle because all right, so you can be very conservative and you can wait for the trend line break here on Pendle. I'm not going to tell you not to do that. This is the one thing that I do like that I'm seeing, but we did slip it a few minutes ago. Is that we're back above the signal in here. Now there's a big gap in between here. Pendle doesn't seem to mind the gap. I can absolutely turn this one off and stop letting that be a distraction for me. So it doesn't really mind the gap. I just know that when it has this gap and this is the first thing it hits, you might get a sharp candle. That's the only thing, but I can absolutely ignore that and just look at this right here alone. So that looks pretty good, to be honest. And then of course, the divergence in here. Don't have any fresh divergence, which is always really going to be a lot better to have fresh divergence. But yeah, I like this. And if this starts to get a little bit tighter in here, I love it even more. And once the posture starts to shift in here, then we can see the momentum also starting to shift. So um, for the MACD and the delta here. So actually, and the other thing I like about this too is because the MACD is sitting below, it's currently sitting below the delta, which means once it breaks above the delta, it'll add some extra fuel for the pump. So I like that too, just like it did over here and just like it did over here. So I like that. So that was that. And then the one that was down here. So I like that. Let's see. And actually, I really want this down here. I don't know if it's going to do it. I don't know if it is. You can see right here that it's trying to hold the support level in here. There doesn't have to be a rush on something that doesn't have like a additional pivot or anything like that. It could go sideways a little bit longer. It could just be a range play or something like that, unless if it feels the movement. Um, I'll probably talk more about it once I can see something change down here. Once I see something different from down here, because I'm not sure on this one right here just yet. And I don't want to do what I did yesterday. I don't want to do that again today. So yeah, I'll mind my business on this one until it gives me something better to go off of. Um, Lord, I'm so sorry. Hey, I want to be a trader. I wasn't even on the right chart. I do that every time I get in here. Every time. Yeah, we closed that gap on CME. Absolutely. Closed that gap on CME. I posted as soon as I saw that gap get filled. And I was just running my mouth. I'm so sorry for anybody who heard me yapping, saying I'm not really sure on hype just yet. Um, I didn't wanna do what I did, even though it played out real strong, like gave way more, way more than what I was looking for off of this, way more. I don't want to do what I did again and prematurely jump into it. So I am going to just hold out until it does this measured move or until the indicators give me something different to look at. I'm not going to take it unless I see that. So I will miss this one today and I won't care. I won't care. But I am again, and I'm losing my voice already this morning. I would guess BTC would go back to 112 500 to make a decision. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was just saying, something similar to that. I actually was 114 940 is what I was looking at for the little common gap in here that we have. That's the only place I really saw something in here. And then yeah, that's 112 725 down below. Has another little common gap down there. But as far as I can tell, Bitcoin chart looks okay, in my opinion. See the little bit of a correction we're getting off of the resistance in here. Let's see. Yeah, so our zone, hopefully that doesn't affect the rest of the market too much. So our zone is back in here about 113, 662. to 112,862 in here. It's like we got very close to tapping that, and we're here right now. But overall, like I said, just looking for a continuation right now. I don't see any reason to not look for continuation when I zoom out. Just a little bit correction. I'm still holding, so um, we'll see what's up. I'm still holding. I hate to come back below that. Maybe something happens this weekend to confirm continuation. Yep. Just continue to watch this and see if we can start to put in a bit of a squeeze in here. That'd be great. That'd be great. But trend line break would definitely be in order for Bitcoin. All right, no problems right now with no problems right now with that pump. Not yet. Not yet. And just so you know that I am, yeah, that was all of my little stuff in here yesterday. So that's where I'm currently at on taking the trend line break in here on this pump. So we'll see. Last night was really good. I even did this little thing in here, this MYX. I did that and it got out of it. It was, yeah, I got out of it. Like when I was looking at the squeeze in here on it, and I was like, okay, I see the bullish divergence in here on it. Like it has some major bullish divergence on it. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna play the breakout on it. So I played the breakout, and then I was like, well, let me just capture this down here too, just in case it just pulls back a little bit. Now, when it first got the breakout, I was like, "Ooh, shoot, this thing pays you like real quick, like that little move right there." Yes, and then I got stopped out because when I saw how fast I could make money on it, I was like, I can lose it that fast too. So I got stopped out on it, and then I re-entered on it, and then yeah, that was when it was like it's time to let that one go. So I did that. I had posted on, ADA little ascending triangle formation in here. I really couldn't confirm it. What I ended up confirming it with was the delta and the MACD. That's exactly where it got the breakout from. And then of course, we did way more than this over here on this push in here. So I traded that. I'm still in that trade. And then what else was it? It was yeah. So pump. Yeah, I was telling you what I was looking for on pump, but then I was like, yep, got that pressure building in here on pump, and so um, ended up trading this one. I did way more than this right here. This was just the start of it. I didn't sell until you see all that red that we have in the chart over here on it. I didn't sell until that point right there. Let's see what else I posted update in here on. Sure. Not sure. That might have been it for me. But yesterday was a good trading day. Ended up being a good trading day. All right, pump, pump. This thing can be fun. You in a trade? I want to be a trader. I barely slept last night. Like I barely slept last night, which is terrible, 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 terrible. But I barely slept last night because it was just too much happening in the market. So I barely slept. Keep hitting that resistance right here. This underbelly. Underbelly resistance. So if we come back in, like I said, we come back in and we start to lose that, then down here around the 382, um, that's what I'll be looking at. Probably even want to drop this down. Won't be a limit order or anything like that. Gonna wait to get the reaction. So don't just simply enter in if if for some reason the resistance stops it out. Don't just instantly enter in on a drop into any of this. I don't care if you see it pop up on the chart. Don't do that because I want to make sure we have the confirmation. I I changed. I jumped into Kindle earlier. When I say earlier, I mean like as I couldn't sleep, and I forgot that I took it off of. You have the option of saying how much of that asset you want to buy or how much money you want to put on it. So I switched it from the dollar value to the asset, like how much Kindle I wanted to purchase. Forgot that I did that. I was trying to type in a dollar amount. Thought I was typing in a dollar amount. I was typing in how much Kindle I wanted to purchase. So when I saw how much I was making off of it, I was like, dang, this thing does real good. And then I realized, and then I looked at my account, and like I'd almost drained my account because I was I was putting in the amount of Pendle I wanted to buy and not the amount of money I wanted to put into it, and I almost freaked out. It was up, so I just set the stop loss to the entry. I was like, okay, well, since it's up, I just set the stop loss to the entry. So if it plays out, then great. It didn't play out. Like I was in profit, and I was in profit really nice, and I love the way that looked. But it was a big mistake, a big mistake, because I would never, ever put all my money on one trade. Let's see. I need to check liquidity. Let's see. Looks like we're starting to. Let me just double check on this one. It's a bit exaggerated. I was gonna say we were starting to put in some bullish divergence on Pendle 15-minute time frame, but it's just a little bit exaggerated bullish divergence off of that last little drop that it had got. And I should probably not just focus on that, right? Because we do have, if we're not getting here, I'm looking at a trend line break instead. This one is still dropping, which is good because I want to see this fulfillment. And I'm just leaving the indicators open down here. So just in case you haven't, some of the stuff that I talk about that I look for in confirmation, just so you can get familiar with it. This is tough over here. Let me just put a value on that. That's what we keep rejecting. All right, this is coming in. That's good. So Bitcoin is 114,838 now. Pretty sharp decline. And this over here for Pendle, where it was trying to hold that was just the 382. This is going to be 50% retracement right there. And then, of course, the golden pocket is what I really like to see for this, as long as we keep it constructive, corrective, as long as it continues to look corrective. Oops, sorry. I can't wait to get these. I don't usually do like nails, and I did them about 2 weeks ago. I need to get it off my hands now. I can't do anything with them. This is actually starting to look even better. This pump over here. I was just looking over my other screen over there, and then I saw this over here falling in. So I like that. That's part of the resistance too, or part of identifying the resistance right here. As we come up, we hit the little cloud cover in here, which is in tune with the overhead resistance in there. So this can start to get better. Even if it comes down into here, this can start to get better. So I like that. So stop loss in place for the potential swing fail here. And this is always going to be last with anything over here, like always lagging with the indicators are always lagging on this one. I don't know. And just like yesterday, no, I take that back. I was about to say something else. Gotta be patient. Solana, I'm gonna jump back over there on it. The only one that anybody may have entered into would be pump. That's it. So a stop loss at a 28236, whatever, wherever your stop loss is going to be at. But Solana finally coming up towards the resistance, either here or here. But Sol has been crushing it, absolutely crushing it. I was looking at the 1 hour last night and I posted on it and I was like, yeah, the 1 hour is trying to cool off. Nope. Boy, no. No. Was I ever wrong? It wasn't. It wasn't trying to cool off. It was just continuously just resetting. Bitcoin dominance is dropping, and of course Ethereum dominance is coming up. So that looks really good. I'm just sort of going to talk through stuff so I can stop disrupting this screen in here, so you can see it. But yeah, Ethereum dominance is up now. So we'll see how this battle between ETH and Sol goes. Sol should start to slow down here at that resistance, is what I'm thinking. I'm not sure. Maybe it's memes again. That's the big driver for Solana right now. And so with AVAX pumping, or depending on how well AVAX does, I guess gaming will be back in. Gaming coins. I think I sold. I had Beam. I picked it up super early. I sold it. I really regret that one. I haven't looked at any gaming tokens here lately, which I probably should. Something like Nakamoto. That's a good one. That's reading like a back test. You see that? I hate to put my cursor over it because then it does that. But you can see that's reading like a back test. Just slap your back test. Oh, I did note on some of these. Like I know in here for pump, like this is going to be a line in the sand at the golden pocket, which is why I didn't put anything down here for that, because it is a line in the sand there. I don't think that there was one in here. I think this one is just the fact that price could return all the way down there. If it wanted to, it could. That was the only thing for that one. And then, of course, Hype over here also has a line in the sand, which is going to be this golden pocket right here at 54, 55. So we start doing something a lot different if we start playing around with that zone and that zone right there. So I want to avoid that. Alright, so sway fail on pump. And let's see what else that may have. Yeah. All right, we're looking down at the 50. The pump. So no need in trying to hang on, like it can just keep holding on to this trend line. Sorry, this failed. No need in trying to hang on, thinking that it failed. And the only way it becomes back valid is above this line right here. So just know it failed. Okay, so drop it if you took it. I was hoping that it hasn't so far. I'm just hoping that it doesn't. MACD don't cross below the 0. The 20 SMA over here on hype is sitting all the way up here. And I do like the fact that we're starting to put in the bullish divergence here as we do progress down. Let's have a sea of red bubbles popping in now. Still not too shabby. Not too shabby. Bitcoin, ETH, XRP, BNB, Dogecoin, ADA, Hype, Link, everything but so. Probably need to look at that. Yeah. So on the 15-minute looks great. Except it's overextended a lot. But it looks good. I'm just combing through charts, just trying to see like what can be a little bit more solid right now. See how we do with this candle close right here. I was just seeing Ave put in a nice little candle. We're slow and boring right now. Ave must be trying to do like Bitcoin over here. Hmm. And I'm just kind of trying to avoid, I'm going to keep checking in on Bitcoin, but I'm trying to avoid Bitcoin a little bit. I already have a Bitcoin position and it's great. Bitcoin is more trustworthy with its moves, but just don't make as much. Or at least I don't. So that was a good candle close for Hyperliquid. I still don't trust it. This could just be the pivot for height. So I'm just gonna chill. Just keep looking for it to get down here. Because it could do, it could do this. And then drop back in here. It could do that. If it doesn't, then I'll consider it. I'll consider it here. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to take it down here though. That was a good candle. Good candle close. Pendle is just frozen. It's doing nothing just yet. Just frozen. Almost looks like it might get worse. I gotta shift this. That's problematic. So this may have the ability to get worse. You see the angle on that? After this angle, it has the ability to get worse because of that. So let me just slide this over. It's a moving average sitting right there too. Just trying to think if I like that. Not really. Not right now. I did that yesterday and I got caught up. So I'm not going to do that today. But yeah, I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to wait. I do kind of like it though. I'm gonna wait. It's still a bit too shallow. It's a good reaction. I can see that it's still a bit too shallow. I can see that. 60 EMA right here on the 15-minute time frame for pump. It ain't bad. I just don't want to jump the gun like I did yesterday, even though I was saved. I'm already thinking in my mind, I can just set a stop loss. Just set a stop loss. Just take it, set the stop loss. That's what I'm thinking in my head. I'm gonna get out of my head. I'm gonna wait. There's no candle needs to close. There's no momentum shift in the indicators or anything like that. So sitting on my hands till it gets to the target. See how it reacts once it gets to the target. It'll be one of those two. Maybe even take some liquidity from here. That would be great for this one. And do that. Worst case scenario would be this in here. Bitcoin's still holding up pretty good. Sui's not getting past that second point of resistance at all. Just a little bit more, please. I like the way Pendle has just been chilling in here. I really like that. It's just been chilling in here, like it's just waiting to just break up right here. And you can see where the 20 SMA is sitting right here, the trend line break. As it is in 1 and 2. Look at how clean it was, though. How clean it rode this whole trend up, just in the pocket, the whole way up in the pocket. And I didn't take it. That was the most beautiful dang on thing right there, just in the pocket the whole time. Beautiful. I actually wouldn't mind taking it off of this this 50 right here too. That would be good because I like the way it's just chilling. I might take this. I did this yesterday. You see that feeling? I did this yesterday and I wasn't patient. I usually take that though. I usually trade that. That's the reason why I'm saying it. I usually trade that. But it can fail, like it failed in here. It's started out okay. So I'm thinking maybe it'll do that, but that started out okay, and then it didn't. Since this doesn't have this structure just yet, that could be what it wants to do. And just like this one over here, it started out okay, and then it didn't. So it's bouncing off of the 50 SMA on the, I'm sorry, the 20 SMA on the 1 hour time frame is what it's bouncing off of. It almost makes me want to take it for that reason too. We just tap. I'm gonna try that. Hold on, let me look. Make sure. No, not yet. Not yet. This is bouncing off the 1 hour. That's the 1 hour 20 SMA bounce. I should probably take that. I was trying to figure out why it was stalling right here. Now I know. Momentum's still dead over here. Even though we tap here, so I wanted to get an entry in right here. Momentum is still kind of dead in here. Hype still has to get above that 56, 59, even on the 1 hour time frame. It still has to get above it. I just looked at it again and saw that. All right. Try this again. And I just put my stop in on that, on pump. Just to see what this 15-minute candle right here does. So I just entered on that candle. This is coming up over here now. Like I said, it still has to get above this 56, 59, but if it clears that, it's gone. Stops it out, it stops it out. It's such a wide range. I'm gonna increase that a little bit in here, at least to a 1. That is a trend line break, but mm-mm. Bitcoin either going to do one more drop here, or it's going to break this trend line. Right now, it's just currently came back up to it and rejected off of it right here. So it might put in some bullish divergence if it comes down again right there. I'm just waiting on Pendle. I'm actually not even going to be looking all the way down here. If it does it, it does it. But I'm starting to feel like this might be it. It's not doing anything yet, but this could be it. See what else we got going on in here. My coffee this morning was extra good. Extra good. I just need you to clear this low. All right, so in here, so what you see, we popped out this new momentum line in here. That's going to be your, that's where you want to see price on pump get back above flip. You want to see it flip that right now. On a more conservative entry, it would be this. And then super conservative is just going to be waiting on the trend line break. And just so you know, I am slightly from where I pulled the trigger on that down. It's minor, but it's there from where I pulled the trigger, instead of pulling the trigger at the actual entry. So just a little. But small loss will be the thing for the big win. So that's cool. Small loss, big win. Like the way ADA's trying to shape up right now. It's looking pretty good. I'm liking hype. I'm liking hype all the way right now, to be honest. Yeah, I'm liking hype all the way right now. Like I said, that is usually something that I would trade when I see that. But I'm just trying to be, trying not to be premature like I was yesterday. I'd rather just wait and enter late than jump the gun. Again, I did enter it over here before streaming, and then I got stopped out when it came back down on me because I knew it was kind of sideways in this move, and more than likely it wouldn't break up and take out this high. So I was okay with giving the profits back at just breaking even instead of taking the profit right here, because I was really risking for it to do a nice run again like it did over here. Which this is another one that had a really nice, a beautiful run in the pocket. Like that's another one that just straight up and in the pocket. Yesterday, just straight up and in the pocket. That was beautiful. But if you were here yesterday, you know I prematurely entered in here. It might have been right here, and then I added, and then I added again, and I was okay because I was looking at. No, it must have been right here. Yeah, it must have been right in here. So I added here, and then I had to add. I added there, and then I added here, because I was just looking at the squeeze that was on it, and I kept saying I'm okay with it because I started out small and just worked my way into this. But I just don't want to do that again with it. Even though I kept saying yesterday it's gonna pay, it's gonna pay, it's gonna pay, because that usually pays. I just don't want to do that again. And it paid more, way more. So you're hitting the 20 SMA right there, which is in sync, but you're doing a trend line break right here. But I'm liking, like I said, I'm liking this a lot more right here. Starting to squeeze a little bit in here, and I can see the drop. Like I said, that was the 20 SMA bounce off of the 1 hour time frame that was holding support in here, because otherwise there was nothing in here for me to look at. So when I zoomed out, I could see that was a 20 SMA right there, which is, that was good. And then this is usually something that I would take because it flashed across the signal line. That's something I usually trade. Like, you saw me enter it over here. That's something I usually trade. I like the way this is finally starting to drop in, and now you have a positive MACD cross on it. So MACD is above the signal line, Delta is above the zero line, and then once these two cross right here, this thing right here probably run on off again. Okay, so I'm liking this. I like it. I like it. All right, in the profit now on hype. I'm sorry, on pump. I haven't entered hype yet, but I should have. I probably should have right in there. But I'm okay with waiting. This break right here. But that looks really good on pump. Again, I do like the MACD cross as well as that 20 SMA bounce off of that 1 hour time frame, and now pushing above the 20 SMA here on the 15-minute time frame. So all things I like. For hype. Stretch this out. I tried my best to try to capture where I thought it was gonna be, just to see if that's gonna happen or if it's gonna push through it. And it had a slight bullish divergence too over here between these two lows in here. So this is looking pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, pump. Just don't want to pump. Just don't want to give me that pump. Give me the pump. Let me check Bitcoin. See what's happening over here. I see what you're doing, Biddy. See what you're doing, Biddy. All right, so Bitcoin, real quick, while we're over here. You see this color in here? So Bitcoin apparently is putting in a squeeze over here on this 15-minute time frame in here. So that's beautiful. That'll be what probably takes everything else up with it. It can continue to squeeze. I would love it if it squeezed down here into this golden pocket. That would be nice right there. Uh, you can see how tight it's gotten in here. So it's just a matter of waiting right now on this right here. But that's going to be lovely for Bitcoin. So this you can expect to break up for some continuation to the upside here for Bitcoin, or at least just going back. Um, Even if it's just in here, even if it comes back up and it rejects in here, you can bet your behind it is going to get a squeeze breakout right here. And let me check Bollinger and see if it's doing the same with it. It is. So again, it can chop in here a little bit more. I'm pretty sure people would love to pick it up here at the golden pocket, especially if it has that green squeeze coming down here into the golden pocket 786 zone in here. That's even better for it in my opinion. Uh, but I'm loving it. We're probably on a 50 right now. Yeah, so we're doing a 50 bounce right now. I'm just going to leave that on that, and I'm going to get back over here to the other charts. But that's nice. In here would be really, really good. Or maybe it, like I said, in between here too, maybe just back into this. Hopefully it don't take all that, but perhaps for Bitcoin here. Love that. And back to our regular scheduled show. All right, so that's playing out so far, but this is still beautiful. This is still beautiful, but that's playing out so far. Dang it, I did not want pump to go down again, but it's the nature of the beast. That is the nature of the beast. But still, unless invalidated, um, positive MACD signal on Hyperliquid. It's probably one of the best positive signals you can get is when you get a positive signal when you initially get your positive signal on your MACD, but you get a retracement in the process of it. It's probably the best. Look at that. Look at Pendle. Take a look back at it and see what the momentum shift in here. All right, I'm done with you. This is confirmed break on the trend line with the 20 SMA here for Pendle. Let me do that. Let's just go ahead and slap that baby on so you can see where that is, and then where, if it breaks up now, it will be this. And then of course your initial can be a rejection. Just to be transparent, your initial can be a rejection. So this first pump out of your standard deviation 1 and 2 into your 20 SMA, it can be a rejection. But again, I like the way it was solidly holding in here. I like that. There is a gap again on the indicator on the RSI that I don't like. The gap on the RSI. But this is still going to be a good one. As soon as it slaps, it's going to slap. It's going to be a good one. Just alleviate some noise off of here. I'm gonna delete the this is the newest one right here. I'll push it up. I'm gonna turn that 3-2 off. And then this is looking to try to hold right across here. I'm gonna slip it in a little bit, like so, like that. And if it doesn't, I'm not in this yet because I'm being patient with height this time. So if it doesn't, don't bother me. I'll wait. And so far, This one and this one probably give you the best return right now, just simply because the MACD is trading below the delta at the moment. So once it does trade above it, then that's, that's more of a runner. When it plays out, it's going to be more of a runner. Nice pump. Nice pump. I like that pump. Trying to get above that 20. And hopefully it's not another failed auction. Let me look back at Bitcoin real quick. Still coiling, sitting at the sitting at that trend line, coiling. But the 20 SMA is not hold on, I'm gonna move the trend line a little bit here over here on Bitcoin. Let me do that with the trend line. All right, so I'll move that trend line. Now let me see if I do it. I'm trying to see if I change it. I'm gonna leave it like that. Okay. And then just add this one in here. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It's tapping at 20. Tapping at 20 right there on pump. Bitcoin is much, much tighter in here now. And like I said, this next drop on Bitcoin, should it give one, probably would come with some bullish divergence. And so with Bitcoin, I just added another option for somebody who rather wait. If you want to be more conservative, then you can just wait for that. If it moves, I'll move this with it, or just draw out your trend line yourself. But you're looking for some sort of a pivot break. This is about as good as it was going to get for me right here, and that that sets it mildly close to the 20 SMA, just slightly above it. This is always going to be better, or always going to be better. But I just did that just in case that's something that you prefer. And then you look down here, you can see how much tighter we've gotten down here. Let me turn this one down. Bears are still in control over here on the chart, of course. We can see that. But like I said, you would probably put in some bullish divergence through here. Probably put in some bullish divergence through here. So much better if you're somebody that wants to do Bitcoin. I don't know. Just put it out there. All right. So far, this is playing. This is playing so far. I'm so glad I sat on my hands and tried to be more patient this time with this thing. Not jump the gun. It was enticing me. I'm not gonna lie. It was enticing me to do it. You just do the math, bouncing off of the 1 hour, 20 SMA. Maybe it double bottoms in here. Maybe this gets invalidated. I would consider it possibly invalidated. Let me see what we got. Let's do that. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. It's still just hitting the 20 SMA with this attempted breakout right here. It's still just hitting the 20 SMA. Same thing goes with pump. That's why it's stalling right there, because it's you got the resistance right there, and the resistance is lined up with the 20 SMA right there. Don't that just kind of irritate you sometimes though? Because I entered Pendle right here initially, and when we came up, we got rejected right there. And then when we came back down, it stopped me out here. I think I may have, yeah, I took a little bit of a L right here because I probably took it off of this candle right here, and then I set my stop loss for these lows in here. So when you get stopped out and you give, you give the exchange money, and then it drops and comes back to where you were, it can be a little bit irritating, and you'll get in your head and you'll be like, man, I should have just kept that open and not had to pay out, that little loss or whatever. But don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Because you're going to give some money to the market. Just how much you want to give it. Because if it didn't do this, then it wouldn't be a conversation. I guess I really didn't have to drop that one there. Let's see. Still might be relevant. Everything's starting to get a nice little BB squeeze. I guess because Bitcoin got one. All right, here we go over here with Biddy trying to push up and through here. This was the more I want to wait. One right here. Sometimes it'll do you wonderful. Sometimes, you get a swing failed pattern and then you get stopped out. But perfect invalidation level down there for it. potential cloud cover right there. So everything is jumping into the pocket. So another squeeze would be here on the RSI, which would probably happen when these two right here cross. Yeah. So there's no perfect strategy. There is no perfect entry whatsoever. Getting in down here is no different than getting in up here or getting in down here. They're all the same. There's only risk management. That's it. There's only risk management. And that's how it goes. You leave standard deviation 1 and 2. You probably can get a rejection around your 20 SMA. Then you break through your 20 SMA. You go into standard deviation 1 and 2 at the top side. And then you're looking for that to be able to expand and give you a nice pump. I guess it would be the same for the best comparison I can give you to that would be somebody who likes to trade volume profiles. You have your range low, you have your point of control, and you have your range high. Same thing with Bollinger. You have your standard deviation low, you have your basis, you have your standard deviation high. Same thing. All right, hype squeeze is about to get a little bit tighter. It can bounce from here again, which was the the 21 SMA from the 1 hour time frame. It can bounce within here again. I would watch for this. I would like that better, just to drop down here into this, or even do the fulfilled move for the head and shoulder. I'm not the head, but the double top formation. So either that, just because it's something off based on a different time frame, or here into the 382, or the fulfilled movement of the double top into the 50% return right there. Really would like the line in the sand, probably for the 15-minute time frame, is going to be this one right here. This first trade setup, if it gets into that. If not, then just looking for a breakup. And let me turn off turn that one off so I can make it clear that this is your 20 right here, where we have the resistance going across here. And I just saw some additional resistance right here. So I just wanted to, with these lows, just wanted to highlight that. It's too late for that. It's already broke out. It's probably not too late for this one over here though. Actually put it right here. Somebody in the world is drawing a pole and plotting it up here. And this thing probably all the way up here somewhere. I chose to put this on the 4-hour support level over the fib level in here. That was just what I chose to do. And I did it because sometimes you overshoot fib levels. That's like a perfect tap right there, but when I see my own level in here, I tend to go with it instead. So hopefully that's all it does. I can shift this up and put it here at the 382. I'm sorry, that's the 382. As if it lose this on the 15-minute time frame, it's not going to be the cutest situation, but I think, yeah, just in there. Yeah, like I said, there is no perfect entry, only risk management. That's all you have. Be right and early, right and late, and right and just on time. So and that's because Bitcoin is rejecting too. So what you probably seeing on your altcoins. Let me check dominance for Bitcoin. No, I looked at it. It's coming down. Hmm. We don't really have any significant data to come out today. You can see we have prelim sentiment and prelim expectations right there. But that's about it, and that's at 10. So that's it for today. You know, a lot of money leaves the market today, of course. You know that. A lot of it leaves on Thursdays, but even more so as we get closer on Friday, you know, going into the weekend. I hope I didn't just move something. I don't think I did. Okay. Can we at least wait until market opens? Oh boy. And that was because we flicked. I tell you every time when you have that space in between here and you come up, you get a nice candle. You come up. When you come down, if that's still sitting like that, you get a nice candle back down. So it starts to look crappy when it does that. For that reason, that's why I like to keep it on here. That's why I really don't like when I see a space in between it. I hate when I see that space, a big space. Like, it's okay to have a space, but a large space where they look like they're just flat and they're not reacting. I don't like it like that. ADA could be putting in some bullish divergence on this drop too. Let's see what my entry was from. Trying to see if I'm going to get hit or not with ADA. Because I held it and I didn't take anything out of it. That's definitely so far bull div on this drop for ADA. The start of it. Potential. Let today be a good day. Please do not let them come in, market open, and start dumping on us. Please, please, please. We got extra frothy yesterday. I was taking them trades, but I was uncomfortable with how frothy we were yesterday. Uh-oh, Bitcoin. Might be looking to come down to that golden pocket 786. If not, what did I say earlier? That shenanigan stuff from yesterday with the previous week. How is it sitting at that lower order block? It's gonna wreck things. All these little drawings will go away. That happens. So sleepy. I'm having a lot of moments of silence today. I guess because I'm not running through a whole lot of stuff today. I'm not going through all of the altcoins, anything like that. I'm just, I bought these three right here before coming on stream, and I was like, hopefully these three do something on stream today, and some people can make some money, or I can make some money, and some people watching can make some money. So it was just that for me today. It's just that kind of day. Yeah. It's a win over here if you've already locked something in. You don't have to wait for, uncertainty. That's what it is. Anything that candlestick hasn't touched is uncertainty. So you don't have to wait for uncertainty. You can already lock something in there. Donald's very close to stopping me out, which is not going to make a difference to me. But dang, I should have taken them profits on ADA. I should have taken it yesterday. I didn't. Okay, so for height, what I'm gonna do is if we don't hold this setup over here, I know this is the measured move for the double top, which is what I was banking on off of this one right here. I may actually move this down here to the golden pocket to where we have to hold that. I know I said I don't want us interacting down here, and I really don't, because that it can start to be a mess if we do that. But I'm gonna look for us to hold here first, and if we don't, then I'm gonna move this and I'm gonna adjust it for the golden pocket. Okay. But if for some reason we see something happening in here, then happy days. If not, then, just this one setup here and then the second setup. So just 2 attempts off of this right here would be it. Because past this, I wouldn't want to touch. And with Pendle over here, let's see. Where we had been holding the zone in here, if we're not doing this here, then it's a chance that we're doing something from a different time frame, from a higher time frame. And so, we would just be looking down in here, see how that goes. Because there really wasn't anything else in here to justify us holding in here, but we were holding right there, unless it was something from another time frame. It just wasn't anything. I did get stopped out of that ADA position that I took yesterday. I just got stopped out on it, and that was from the ascending triangle breakout. So I'm gonna zoom out on this time frame now. Let's see what's happening. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, so it looks like we're doing probably this in here off of this one. We'll see. The 1 hour. See if we can hold that bullish divergence on Pendle. Let's see. Okay. You are what you eat, from your head down to your feet. I don't know why that song just came out of nowhere, because we're not talking about food. But we are talking about not eating if we don't win these trades. We are talking about that. Thank you, Ada. You did me a favor. Okay, so obviously over here, this wick is not going to count for me. I'm not in this, of course, but this was the, if you wanted to be a little bit more conservative, wait here, but it's got stopped out right there. So just have to look down. Just have to look down. We'll see. We'll see what's happening down here at this support level across here. If it does anything, or somewhere in this zone in here, you know, that's what we got to look at. So take that away. I don't think anything shifted in here for us. Maybe we have to shift something down in here. Let me see. Let me take a look at this. So yeah, this did shift down to here. So you did standard deviation 1. But yeah, this will keep moving. It's really about this. Let me see. This might line up better now. It does. I'll put this on the latest one though. It's always going to be wherever one of those pops out at, especially when they start popping out too many. They're not very strong. They start popping out way too many, because it don't take all that. You got the strength to just want to pop out, and it'll push price down. Let's get back over here. Anybody who's in Bitcoin right now anyway should be in from lower, because we gave that. We waited on that for a few weeks to hit, and you might have bought and sold. That's your choice. But we waited on this for a minute. Either way it goes, I'm looking for us to come up. So you can try that again. Or just wait. Wait for something like this. But let's see. Let me see down here. We're still setting up explosion. We got bullish divergence in here. It just didn't hit. It just didn't hit. That's it. I mean, there's nothing we can do about that. Reason why it didn't hit. Let's see. Probably the little bit of bear div coming up. Possibly that. But we here. We're still here. Still gonna look for that trend line break. We're still gonna look for this trend line break. We got bullish divergence in here. Still gonna be looking for that. Well, you don't have it down here. You have it on the RSI. So got bull divs in here. So what we gonna do? Either do that or just wait. I could have sworn I moved this line. I didn't move it. I don't really think I have to, but let me just. Yeah, I think I do. Let's see what's happening in here. Yeah. So the slight bullish divergence in here off of the RSI. There. Just very slight, very slight. Still putting in the bullish divergence across here. On the Bollinger, we are putting in bullish divergence there. Still flat in here. Still flat in here. Over here, within the pocket on the RSI. I'd rather it stay like this than push up above here and then do this right here. So I like that better. These two are rising, so that's really nice to see in here. They're both rising up. Hopefully we can get some extra momentum in here on this one for pumping here. Hopefully we can. And just floating over the 20 SMA, just, we know it's here. So we're just kind of hanging about there. with that. And then over here, let's see what we got. We don't have any bullish divvies, but I do like the fact that we pushed in a bit more over here on the Bollinger, just trying to come back up that basis. I'm sorry, not basis, but standard deviation 2, just coming back into that standard deviation 2, just like we did over here when we got the extra dip. You see that bigger dip down below standard deviation 2 and came back up and into it. So that's what we got going on over here now. So far, following the roadmap for the possibility of coming up and rejecting there and coming back down into this this order field here. Still got a lot of space in here though, so we need to range a bit in here, to be honest with you. And we're still negative down here. We tried to go positive at one point, but we failed on that. So that's that. It's just all about support and resistance at this point. And price action. I would love to see us start to build a range in here. That would be great. And then see a breakup. That would be great. It looks like we may be doing that in here. You know, I don't think this shows volume, but I'm not going to turn it off. I have to do things like this because I have impaired vision. Okay, so we are coiling in here the same way we did down here when we got the push to the upside. So I tend to create, more indicators and stuff like that to help me see things a lot easier, because I can't sometimes. I just needed to do that so I can see what we were doing in here. I'm gonna do this with this now. I didn't do it the first time. I feel okay with doing it now. I'm actually gonna set it on that last candle right there. Let me just play around a little bit. I just want to see. It looks like that's on point right there. That's just Bitcoin reacting. Because we know what we got going on again. Like I said, we're just gonna try it again. If you're not in it, that's all you can do is try it again. Because we know we got pressure building in here and it's going to pump up. We know that. We know it has pressure in here and it's going to pump up. So, like I said, either try it again or wait. With the bull diff. The only thing it's gonna be, if we breaking this, we're gonna whip it. We're gonna be whipping in here. That's gonna be it. So all we gotta do is just, small losses, big wins. That's all we gotta do. See the vision. See the vision. Let me make sure Bitcoin didn't whip over that, because then that'll start affecting everything. No, it just did a rejection. That's it. So the cloud cover is giving it a little bit of a rejection. But it's in the pocket now. So if we can just hold in the pocket, then we'll see what that does. Just holding in the pocket. It's just holding in the pocket in here now. So, but the bullish divergence is there. No bear. Well, slight. Hold on. Do we have a slight bear div in here? Slight exaggerated bear div. That can be part of our problem in here too. That can be part of our problem in here too. Forget about that. As long as we get past the bear deals, we'll be okay in here to stop affecting our setups. Because I wanted to stop affecting our setups. Because I'm in it. I'm in it. I haven't got in this one yet though. I didn't take that. I did enter in on Pendle and Pump, but I didn't enter in on Hype. must be Bitcoin wrecking stuff. It is. As we get closer to market open. So whatever I got over here, it'll just be break even if it stops me out in here. That's fine. Break even is fine. It's pay the fee, small loss, waiting on that big win. Just Bitcoin chopping us up. I'm trying to hold this time. Well, let's look at it while we're being successful with it. Trying to hold a little line in here right now. We're trying to hold it, even though we pushed up and we're chopping a lot in here. So while it was working, we got a chance to see it. Let's see it here. So basically, it's the bear divs right now. That's all it is. It's the bear divs trying to get the push up. So we have the bullish divergence here on the RSI, but we also have the slight bear div as we are making a downtrend here on the 15-minute time frame. So the lower highs and lower lows in here. That's gonna mean more than this in here. But once we can clearly clear this, because you can see how you can just plot a line across it and have a clean connection. So I'm gonna take this one away because eventually what's going to happen is this is just going to play out. So we're doing like a broadening formation in here. In fact, let me just drop a let me just use this instead. So you can see how clean that is. Tap, tap, tap. See how clean that is? So we're just putting in the bear divs in here. But we're going to do this again, and then we're going to break it. So that's what's going to happen. We're going to break it, and we're going to keep moving up. But yeah, that's all we know. Really, that's all we know. We're broadening through here. So that's all we really know. But if we stall out, like right here, like just midway through here, and then we push again, then we break it and we go. And so that's just chopping us up in here on these trades. Yeah, as Bitcoin dominance is coming up a little bit, ever so slightly, but that's all it takes, right? A little bit. This might be one of those moments. It could be, but like I said, with Bitcoin, I'm not gonna jump back on Bitcoin's chart. I'm just gonna talk through it. But like with Bitcoin, how I was just showing you with the broadening, the bear divs on that 15-minute time frame. It could be one of those moments where you may want to utilize your MACD instead and wait for your MACD to cross above your zero line. Just wait for MACD confirmation instead, because the RSI is going to be choppy. Everything else is going to be choppy. Your MACD is not going to be choppy. It's going to be flat unless it's above your zero. So you want to see it above your zero. That could be the better option for Bitcoin, especially like I said, when everything else is choppy. That can be your go-to. Why does there have to be a thing called dominance? Why? Why does there have to be a thing called dominance when we can just, why does Bitcoin dominance have to do this? Why? You can be looking good. You can be looking good, but Bitcoin would do this. So as I zoom out a little bit, gosh, I hate what we opened up down here on pump. I don't like what we just opened on pump. Dang it. But the pump was fun. It was definitely that. It was definitely fun. Okay, so just zooming out a little bit in here on Bitcoin. All right, so you can see where we're trying to hold our range here, our range low here from our 4 hour range in here. So we're trying to hold this low in here. We start to lose this low in here. Although we look corrective in here, we do have a big inefficiency through here. I know we can look at this. But it may boil down to this in here. And then that was, let's see what that was for us in here. So that is the golden pocket. So we could come in and feel the entire inefficiency. Just feeling the inefficiency would be coming into this golden pocket. So it could be that. I can just take that away so we can clearly see that in here now. So trying to hold the low of our 4 hour range. But if we're not successful, then we can easily fill in this inefficiency. And then if we're slipping that, we can back test our range we broke up out of, which is right across here. So this was our range that we consolidated in before we broke out. And let me just see what that was for us. Around the 50. All right, I'm back here to this over here. I didn't even look to see what Ethereum is doing in here. Potential head and shoulders. I know for ETH on this 15-minute time frame, I was kind of overlooking that when I came in. Hold on, so let me see. Hopefully this isn't, that sort of situation. Hopefully. I'm going to measure it just because Don't want to be biased. I'm going to do it from the center since I don't have anything else to go off of. And I mean, that brings us back to the shenanigans from the other day, from yesterday. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how that goes. I hope we do better before the stream ends. I really hope we do. We got some nice starter packs, but I hope we do better. So if I have to talk about it on my account, I'm gonna keep it simple for those who tuned in. You'll know what I'm talking about. All right. All right. I probably should have been looking at Sol. Should have had a pane open up here on Solana. And these are cheaper. Ada didn't do none of that yesterday. That little, how it ate its own tail just then. Like the minute I got into it, I had to, sit there and wait for it to get the move. Like it's a lot more aggressive right now. It's like it stopped me out just then anyway, so it's fine. I just wish it had moved faster on me yesterday. Just prior support, acting as resistance right now over here on hype, where we have let's see, You see what we got? Pump. Yeah, just kind of created, well, not necessarily created any new resistance, but it slipped under something that was kind of important right there. And so that's why it's performing like this right now. Needs to get back above that. Just for some overshoot. Let's brought it in a little bit more. We might just have to overlook this altogether, but we'll see how SFP will do. If if we can't reclaim back above this resistance in here. It's really this stuff right here. These little wicks. That's what it is. Ay. Ay, ay, ay. We lose this though. We lose the pocket. We lose the pocket. I was hoping to see some sort of help from the 1 hour, but we're not getting it right now. We're pretty flat on the 1 hour. Use this one right here for a sec. What are you doing? This is pure shenanigans. Meme coins are pumping. That NYX is up again. I'm not playing with that thing anymore, though. It was all right yesterday, but I won't be playing with that anymore. But it's mainly meme coins in here, I'm seeing. Let me see what coin is doing, because coin is a great indicator. All right, Ethereum is kind of breaking this little trend line that I just put in here, and I'm happy to see that. So hopefully that we're still in the pocket though, so nothing yet. Let me just check on coin. Pre-market, we are up on coin. So hopefully that's our indication of what we can expect from Biddy. Hopefully we're getting that continuation signal. We didn't get it that time when we came up, when we opened here for Ethereum. I know you can't see it, but as soon as we do, I'll post it. We don't have it yet. Sadly, right now, we do need to pump to be above here. That's what it is right now. So basically breaking out. Basically. I got back on my kick yesterday about Bitcoin, um, which is rejecting a little bit again in here. Let me see. Very minor. But at the moment, at the moment, MACD is above the signal line. Delta is above the zero line. But want to see that MACD above the zero line and above the delta. We don't have that yet, so we're still flat. We're still flat till we get that on that 15-minute. We're still flat. So Bitcoin is reacting to the bear div that we were putting in because we don't have that strength just yet. We don't have that strength just yet. Solana's moving off of meme coins. Really. I'm not mad. Because I was longing it until I wasn't. But that's what's moving it right now. And that's what's green. Memes. So it's better to not even make any attempts on shorting Solana. Just don't do it. What happened? I need a quiet space, guys. And I got the munchies, so that's what you hear in the background right now. 9 o'clock in the morning, eating some pretzels. I'm so sorry for the crunching. She was looking pretty decent on this little 15, but on this 1 hour, it looked like it goes down further. Mm. I'm going to watch some television today, some movies or something. Some reality television to mess with my brain. All right, we're getting close to market open. Hopefully that does something. Not down, hopefully, where Bitcoin can get that momentum it needs to invalidate the bearish divergence at the highs, and then that'll stop messing with everything else. Hopefully. I've been lucky so far, but pump just looked like it's gonna stop me out. It's been closer and closer to me, but it hasn't got me yet. What you over here doing? Hype. What are you doing? Pump won't get me this time. I'm still hanging in here. Oh, Bitcoin is irritating me. Bitcoin dominance, let me put it like that, is irritating me. It's gonna expand probably down there into the golden pocket because, like I said, we're expanding over here. Hmm. Like I said, that's expanding. So if it keeps dropping to the low, it's just getting closer and closer to that. Gosh. Yep, Bitcoin is killing us over here. Hmm. Dang. I guess if you did that, lock in the fees or something in here. I didn't take this one over here. It's probably too much what I did over here. It's almost a 1% move down. Mm. If we totally end up not breaking up over here first, don't just don't just jump in right here on this one. I know I was looking at that real tight, but don't just jump in there. It will be between here. I mean, you could get risk on here, but I wouldn't try to hold it all the way down here. You can. I mean, I set it up to, but that's a 1.93. So don't just jump in here without the reaction. Actually, your first touch probably will give you the reaction, but I know we're somewhere in between here and here. I mean, I know that. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because it could actually be more so this one right here, just because this fills in inefficiencies from this time frame from the 1 hour. So that'll fill in all of this inefficiency through here. Inefficiency will actually stop right in there, but just consider that. Okay. All right, market is open. Let me look back at coin and see what we're doing. Coin gapped up, but market just open, so you don't really know. We don't really know how that's gonna hold. All right, I'm liking that a lot better. I just looked over at that 1 hour like, please, please make us money today, please. Pump just kind of got thrown off when it dropped below here. Like when it lost here. Well, actually, I mean, when we lost this in here, to be honest, when we lost that, it just messed us up over here. So dang, I hate that. I hate that because I really like this one over here, but that messed us up big time. That messed this whole trade up. Hmm. I might rethink this. If I get stopped out, I'll rethink it. If we're just staying within this pink box. If not, then I mean we might be a fine line in the sand down here or something. We'll see. I like you. I like you. I like you too. Bitcoin's still trying to hold the range, but it's messing up the alts, man. It's destroying the alts. Coin opened up, and I mentioned that, but it looks like it's going to give some of that move back. Um, looks like it's going to give some of it back. Let me check my coin position today. Yeah, still doing pretty good on it, but I did just throw some back into the market too. It was it's a lot nicer Friday on my coin. On my coin here. So it was looking a lot juicier the other day. So all you gotta do is get through this resistance hype. Just get through that resistance. Come on, hype. I'm cheering somebody else on. Somebody watching the stream probably was more interested in hype, took the hype setup. I didn't get into the hype setup because I'd already opened up two other ones with this one and this one. So I'm still going to keep working with this one, and then I'm going to reanalyze this one over here if I so happen to get stopped out on it. But you definitely can lock in something over here off of Hyperliquid. You got in at a really good spot right here too. In advance, looking at the possible rejection in there, and then the drop down into here, and me using this instead of me focusing on the Fibonacci level. So that was a good idea and a better entry for you right there, if you took that. So congratulations to you. I bow to you, kings and queens. Goes to show you never know what's going to work out better for you, no matter which one you like. And the one that I chose not to take is the one that playing ball a little better right now. Resistance levels are still the same. You just got through that one, and then the two from one, and then the descending. You would still hit some resistance right here. So I want you to know that if it pushes into here, you can still hit some resistance in there. But that's halfway through it. That's halfway through it. Actually, it's more than, yeah, that's halfway through it. That's halfway through it. Just that 1 hour look more appealing for hype right there. The way the momentum turned up on the 1 hour is really helping that 15-minute right now. I don't see that yet on pump right now, and I don't see it just yet on Pendle either. Come on, hype. What would be really nice on hype right now is if it did an inverse head and shoulder right there. I mean, it's a falling wedge, and a lot of times you will get like an inverse. Say you get a break in the back test. The back test will make it look like it's an inverse head and shoulder. And then, if you was somebody that didn't get in at the entry down there, and you did the pullback, that would be another opportunity. If it just go ahead and just do the thing on things, just if we can get the move, if we can get the move. So theoretically, it's the lows in here, but when you push through, that gives you the overreach on your resistance. So still resistance. I'm really gonna hate to leave you all soon. It's coming into 10. Um, but let me just say I appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by to hang out with your girl Down to Crypto TA. Please be sure you follow me on X at Down to Crypto TA. Please be sure you follow the Coin King at DACOINKING at the Coin King over on X. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, but do hit the like button, please. Please, please, please. I hope to start seeing more likes. It makes it enjoyable. I mean, I enjoy doing this anyway, so I don't mind. If I'm looking at the chart, I figured I might as well share. But it makes you want to get in here and be happy about doing it too, especially when you feel appreciated. And the way to feel appreciated is to hear from you. Either through a word and comment, but definitely a like button because it helps spread the content. And this, I enjoy it. It's still work. And it's not easy either to put yourself out there. Even when you think you know what you're talking about, sometimes you're absolutely wrong. And it's not easy to put yourself out there like that. So please hit the like button. And whatever you're seeing in here, I will take it over to X on my, I'll post and let you know what we're doing, or what I'm doing. And like I said, when the market is choppy like this, one of the easiest things you can do is just wait for this to cross up. Just wait for this to push up above the zero line. Just wait for that to get across there. That's the easiest thing you can do, so you don't, you don't feel aggravated or anything like that. And it's okay to wait. Because right now we know we do have the bearish cross in here, which leads to something wonderful. This leads to something wonderful. So we started out like that every time. Here we go. We had that same situation over here, where we had the negative cross in here. But like I said, that negative cross always leads into this happening. Just even if you had to wait, even if you just waited on this, you would get in later And that's okay. That's okay. You would get in later. It's actually from this point. So your delta, you can do it off your delta. Your delta cross up the zero line. That means your MACD cross its signal line. But when this MACD crosses up the signal line and gets above and starts trading above your delta, it leads to something nice. So even if you late entering, it leads to something nice. You see how this one over here, like it failed a few times, but like I said, you can just wait on the MACD. It failed a few times, but well, actually it didn't, because this was coming down. Now that this situation has happened, it only failed one time right there, and this time you see it's up above it, and then once this comes up, it leads to something nice. So let us lead to something nice, please. I don't like that. I don't like that, but you lock something in, unless you sports trade like me from time to time. All right. With that said, that's going to end the stream. Again, I appreciate you for stopping by, and I look forward to catching up with you over on X with any updates to any of the setups that you've seen here today. All right.